Fellow Zrilians, welcome to day 8 of my report on my Europa survival in the star system of mankind. So I had finally achieved a shower after such a long time, but now I would have to deal with wastewater. It was not much, but eventually it would accumulate and I wanted to deal with it. It was necessary. I had already devised a plan. I was not sure though if it would work. Experimentation would be required. The idea was to purge all the gases from this water line that started here, where my dirt had entered the line. Profound dirt from almost 80 days of survival. And purging all the gases should result in, as you can see here on the tablet that I am describing to you vividly, there was some pure H2O in there. How had this come to pass? Well, this was the result of some of the wastewater evaporating, for there is always pressure on a line. Liquid will therefore evaporate so that this pressure emerges. So all I would have to do is remove that gas and reintroduce it to the water line. So maybe this was already the solution. Simple and effective. And it would only draw 100 watts whenever I would run it. Very cheap. No water purifier with charcoal required. So was my hope. How was my power doing? I could not see it and realized since I had chosen the power to be in this one central place, this one central storage place, at least so far, it would make sense to have a display of the current power level that would be visible from all locations. I was not sure how to make that happen. Any lamp that I would choose would be pointed in one direction. I wanted to find a solution, but not now. So this was the pure water line. I would need liquid pipes, and I would need an open helmet. What was I doing? Since these were very special circumstances, this corridor here with the gases, I wanted to have a display here of all the gases that I had. I would like to make that happen, I thought, and so I devised a plan. First though, there would have to be liquid pipes. Did I have any? No, I did not.
Hydration critical.
Fast airlock, I liked it. I remembered that the last time we met, I told you about the absence of gold, and indeed, that was still the case. So I would have to deal with that. Now, the purge valve would draw out the gases. I would need another such a valve, except its opposite, a pressurant valve, to get that gas back into the liquid line. So yes, I would need 200 watts indeed, instead of just 100. Yes, sir. I was mistaken in the way that I just described this to you. It's early morning. I'm sure you understand. Gas pipes I would need. And eventually, another pressurant valve. For which I would need gold. Not doable without it. Had I really no gold whatsoever? I did not. Could I turn lead into gold? No. The operators had not yet created means to transmute on the nuclear level, and I hoped that this would eventually come. This will also be one of the purposes to have nuclear facilities. Should I go out mining? It would be necessary, but first I should deal with all my resources.
Oxygen critical.
Bit early.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Please excuse me for a moment while I clean my nose or something along those lines. All right. Oh, I had not yet dealt with my previous mining exploits sufficiently. I did not have the patience to smelt this properly in the furnace like I should, and so instead I wasted a lot of electric resources and ultimately tossed everything to the ground. I needed gold, now. The storm had just passed, it was the best time. Only I will need some more propellant. Jetpack critical.
I did not trust myself with this low jetpack level. I had to remind myself that the way in which I was heating my station still solely relied on the furnace use. If the furnace was not in use, eventually the station might cool too much. I did not expect such an occurrence, but it was something to keep in mind.
Two. 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 Three. 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 Four. Five. Five. Two. Two. Three. Two. Five. Two. Three. Three.
Instinct drove me to find the most precious of all metals instantaneously.
Three. Three.
And I swear it was nothing but maybe coincidence.
Three. 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 Four. Three. Four. Three. Four. Three. Four. Three. Four. Three.
I had to remind myself of how I had
Four. Three.
implemented my distance measuring device. What I had done is I had installed a proximity sensor,
Four. Three.
but a proximity sensor can only be set to a certain distance, and then it would react to whether someone
Four. Three.
would be at that distance or within radius. So I had devised a program
Four. Three.
that would change that distance until the sensor would fire.
Four. Three.
And then it would announce that distance and reset the sensor and start at zero again.
Four. Three.
Which was also the reason that the further out I was from the station, the lower the rhythm would be.
Four. Three.
The slower, the lower the frequency, the longer it would take for the announcement to
Four.
arrive.
Three. Four. Three. Four. Three.
Gold.
Five. Three. Four. Three. Four. Three. Five. Three. Four. Three. Four. 3. 5 3. 4 3. 5 3.
More gold was to be found, thanks to the sun.
3 4. 3 4.
This reminded me of the deep miner.
3 4.
Certainly the deep miner would supply me every once in a while with a little bit of gold if I would just let it run.
4 4.
A stable electric support, though, would be required, and I did not have that yet.
3 4.
A few more solar panels would do the trick. It would be fast to set up, since everything had already been established.
3 4.
It had been wise of the operators at Mission Central to use a human voice sample for the numbers
3 4.
to get us accustomed to the planet that we were studying.
3 4.
And to remind us to not speak among people if you would ever be there and use some kind of disguise, because
3 4.
the humans would immediately spot us. Our voices might even be off-putting to them.
3 4. 4 4.
2 stacks of gold, not bad, but not sufficient for a mission, for an excursion
4 4.
dedicated to find gold.
4 4. 5 4. 5 4. 5 4. 4 4. 5 4. 5 4.
I wondered how full the dedicated battery in the solar array room would be at this point.
5 4.
Since it shared the electricity that would go in with the rest of the station, and you can never tell how the electricity will flow in such a situation.
5 4.
Almost 3 stacks of gold. Not bad.
5 4.
Not good enough. Was there more gold for me to find? Yes, the sideways motion once more proved helpful.
1 5.
The glinting. I believed to even know where the station is,
5 4.
for I had known this levitating mountain. The station would have to be there. It was. Silver.
Not what I had come to harvest, but why not? I wondered why the counting had ceased, but had to remind myself that my proximity logic
5, 4,
had some... I had turned off the tablet. 250 meters for some reason had been a limitation. I wondered if this would mean that
5, 4,
no more logic was taking place in my station, which would be a problem. And so I would have to do an experiment at some point
5, 4,
that would give this away.
Five, 4, 4, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4,
I had chosen to keep my mining backpacks not on my back, but inside my backpack, because I did not want to lose the ability to fly.
4,
Also, this would ensure that only full stacks would end up in my mining backpack.
5, 4, 5, 4,
I would get some more coal, I should make some more steel.
5, 4,
I was getting so much iron, it would make sense to do so.
5, 4, 5, 4, 4, 4,
I was moving roughly in the right direction.
3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4,
Power low.
3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4,
Hydration critical.
4, 4. 4, 4.
I was getting a giant load of copper. I did not object.
4, 4.
And finally, I opted to take some of my precious volatiles with me.
4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4. 1, 5.
Wrong direction.
4, 4. 2, 4.
Better. A nice way to navigate, I thought.
5, 3.
Yes,
4, 3.
coal for steel. I had some coal, but I did not want to burn through my reserves.
4, 3. 4, 3. 4, 3. 3, 3.
I am just glad that my cold is finally behind me. This Zrilian cold
4, 3.
is devastating. This moon had
3, 3.
really gotten to me, but I have overcome it by now, as you can hear.
4, 3. 4, 3.
Gold! I was elated.
4, 3. 4, 3. 4, 3. 4, 3.
I could see the battery of my mining drill was blinking.
4, 3,
No more gold in this
3,
corner,
3,
so I would have to move further.
3, 3, 3, 3,
I felt like I was moving laterally.
2, 3,
No, I was moving in the right direction.
3, 3,
Okay,
1, 3,
and actually,
4, 2,
this was actually a very exact way to navigate.
2, 2, 1, 2,
To feel the intersections of the circle and
5,
then turn towards its center.
4, 3, 3, 2, 2,
Back home. I relished in the luxury that I had acquired by means of labor and intellect. I would smelt all of this down, but first I would relieve myself of the burden of the biology. I was looking forward to that greenhouse of mine. But first it was time to gather some more volatiles in my tank. It was currently at 9.8 megapascals. Now it was at 12 megapascals. So 2 full megapascals of pressure had been achieved. Oh, I'd forgotten to refill the mining drill. How was my gas doing here? There was some O2 in there. I was confused. How did it get in there? The only source that I could think of would be my waste canister. But how would any oxygen get in there? Well, no reason to bother. 50 kilopascals pressure is nothing. And here I had 24.5 degrees Celsius CO2, 2,500 moles, which would serve me well once I would have that greenhouse. Time to set the world alight once more. I believed to observe my tower cast a shadow on my electricity production. And apparently, so it had been. Yes. The battery had filled to an appreciable degree. For some reason, though, the large battery cell had been drained somewhat. I was curious as to what the possible reason could be.
Power low.
800 watts were being output here. Very good, I thought. Overall, though, my power situation was not very good, I thought, and therefore, making more solar panels by means of smelting all my materials, particularly gold, that would be the way to go right now. Too high. Was this too low? No, it was exactly right. I wanted to prepare some steel. That would be sufficient. Time to fire up the oven. Make more steel, but there was really no need at this point. Finally, the precious gold. Exactly to do about the infernal noise of my furnace. Liters capacity, 64 liters capacity. Therefore, if I would pressurize this to 40 megapascals and then would put a smart canister in, the smart canister would not overpressurize if it were empty at the time. I wondered if the pipes placed this close to the ground would even bleed their thermal energy into the station. So for now I stopped and chose to produce some more solar panels, but first of course
waste tank caution.
What I had originally set out to produce, which was the Pressurized valve.
Waste tank critical.
Now, what was in my waste tank? Certainly no
Waste
oxygen.
tank caution.
%60%. I remembered having changed this battery before I had started with my mining run, which had been quite a while ago. While I was at it, I would also drink something. And eat yet another baked potato. Once I was stuffed, I returned to business. I was not sure if this approach would work, but I wanted to try it out. Meanwhile, more solar panels were being printed. Would this purify my water supply? I realized that this approach would also increase the volume of my water storage. A nice side effect. Everything was set. I was curious, despite there being more solar panels being printed right this moment. The goal was to reduce the gas pressure to an absolute zero. And I saw the polluted water was indeed evaporating. Slowly, but it was happening. And in my gas pipe I had only pure water. Though there was already liquid in there, and the stress was increasing. Therefore, it was time to get rid of the dangerous material. There, it worked. I'm sure I would have forgotten about those filters, wouldn't it be for the warning. 224 liters. Polluted water, still present, 4 liters. What if I would stop this? Aha, I would have to give it time. Maybe even a rhythm could be devised using some programming. But it looked like my purification method was indeed viable.
Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected.
Oh. I had only printed one. The other resources had run out. I wanted to print a few more volatile filters and put them over there as a resource, and also to install an alarm for the other filters. That is why I had put the empty filter in my to-do box. Copper, steel, both of which were insufficient. I had so much copper, I did not care. My energy levels, where were they? Oh, not good, I thought. Not good, I needed more. The sun was about to come out. It was just the right time to add more solars. had to prepare the next row. This would require a bit of thinking. And immediately, instead of 800-ish watts, I was producing 1200. $1,400 watts. Just how many did I want to print? I was not sure. I chose to go as far as I could. I will need more glass. The shadows were interfering with my production. 1600 watts though, not bad. Something was happening. Now I had a run out of copper. I did not want to stop just now. I would need more steel to make this happen. $1,700 watts. Then I realized my solar array was already full. I would have to expand the room, I indeed wanted more of these. Oh. $2,500 watts. Amazing. Had I filled my checkerboard correctly? It appeared so. Was everything angled correctly?
Filter low.
Oh, I could place one more. Delighted I was. It was too late for the sun to really do any damage at this point, but I would have the panel up. 2,000 watts during the day. This should help me. This was about 2,000 watts more than I had before.
Waste tank caution.
Certainly helpful. I wondered if the transformer would make sure that my station batteries over here were actually not getting any electricity from this system before this battery wouldn't have been satisfied with its needs. I did not know how exactly this worked. The furnace was still under high pressure. This got me thinking. No, this would not work, I wondered. Getting up the heat would require to heat up all the gas in the furnace, which would be so much fuel that the pressure would increase too much. I would have to try to create invar based on an empty stomach.
Waste tank critical.
Still 272 degrees Celsius. It appeared that this pipe was effectively insulated. Or was I misreading this? I did not want to unleash 270 degrees, 20 megapascals into my station, nor did I want to have such hot propellant. What to do? The answer was, of course, very simple.
Waste tank caution. Waste tank critical.
There. This would bleed the heat now into the station. Or had that happened before? I was not sure. I wanted to do an explicit experiment, and so I reverted this back. The temperature would have to stay at 272 without change. Greenhouse. The greenhouse would have to be some kind of corridor, for I would have to be able to harvest. Then again, I was not sure. How high though would the greenhouse have to be? I would have to be able to place automatic harvesting facilities. This might require a height of 2. For this reason, I chose to first create one of the Harvies to see what that would look like. I was already looking forward to the programming challenge that was emerging. Supposedly, it was convecting thermal energy away, so it was touching the station, and the station would warm up. There was no way for me to really verify this. There was too many heat changes going on. The solar array, for reasons unknown to me, was not producing anything. What was the reason? Oh, the sun. Yeah, the sun was not there. I thought to measure when the sun was up first and to turn the solar panels into that direction immediately. An interesting challenge. Should I tackle this now? As soon as the daylight sensor would receive sunlight, that would be the trigger to say, this is the location, now I am aware of the location. There would also have to be a long pause before that, a pause long enough. Or maybe, instead of this, I would look at the vertical angle of the solar, for I knew 180 meant midnight, and 0 meant noon, with this placement of the sensor, since it was on the floor. So I would have to wait until midnight had passed, and then the first moment of daylight would give me the right vertical and horizontal angle to remember. Once the chip knew it had remembered something, it would then turn the solars towards the sun as soon as the daylight sensor would not sense anything. This was relatively complex, particularly from the perspective of debugging. Ideally, I would not make any mistake. Should I tackle this, I wondered. At least I wanted to put down some thoughts. Definitely, I would want to measure whether midnight had occurred. As soon as I would query this value and make use of it once it was 1, I would also reset it to 0. This would close the loop of this logic. What was the logic value for whether there was actually sun? I assumed it would be activate. Or was it solar irradiance? Solar irradiance was the level of solar light coming down, I was not even sure if this value would not possibly always show whatever this moon could provide during the day, even during the night. I opted to just go with activate. But that was not the first order of business. First, I would have to find once more the vertical angle. How would I find out whether it had passed midnight? Well, if the number was decreasing from 180 and was still above 170, then I could just set the value midnight happened to 1. For midnight happened would only be set to 0 once there would be actual light exposure, and that could only happen much later, so it was a safe, albeit cheaty way to make this happen, but it would be reliable, and that was the only thing that mattered. Now that I had the vertical sum, I would have to find out whether the number was decreasing. For this, I would require the previous vertical sum. Therefore, I would have to change my vertical sum query approach entirely. How would I make sure that this would not be misinterpreted? What could be the consequences? Depending on when this chip would start, it might get the impression that midnight had occurred or not, when midnight was still the process of occurring. But this did not matter, for I would only deal with setting that value when everything was at 170 or higher. Therefore, this value did not matter much. I could as well just initialize it with a 0. Here I had created a history of one step regarding the vertical angle. Now I would have to compare. But before I would compare, I would want to care whether the current vertical value was indeed in the relevant area. If the vertical angle was less than 170, I would just skip the entire midnight check, for that would then have occurred. Otherwise, I would just keep doing it and doing it and doing it, thereby also getting rid of potential misinterpretations. There was only one situation when something wrong could happen. That would be if the chip would boot up in the exact moment when we would be leaving the midnight checking range, when we would be entering less than 170. But this would mean that we were past midnight. Therefore, I chose to initialize vertical previous with 180, for then the interpretation resulting would be correct. It would interpret the vertical value to be decreasing. Then again, did this really help? This was about setting whether midnight was occurring, not just the direction. But it did not matter. I might lose one day at the worst. But that would be so unlikely. The chip would just stay running. So, while the angle of the sun was near midnight, I wanted to compare. Let's see, if the current vertical angle was less than the previous vertical angle, then we were moving towards daylight. Therefore, midnight had occurred. So, if vertical previous was greater than vertical, then vertical was now... Wait, if vertical previous was greater... If vertical previous was greater... If vertical was greater than vertical previous, the current vertical angle was greater than vertical previous, then we were moving towards midnight and would therefore skip the midnight check. Or rather, no, it would make more sense to go about it like this. I would write into the register midnight happened, a true value, the moment vertical previous was greater than vertical. This would mean that vertical... I'd rather swap them. It seemed a more clear statement. So, if the current vertical value was less than the previous vertical value, then we were moving towards day. And since we were near midnight, we would just assume that midnight had happened. And since this whole thing actually only took one line, I opted to skip to use a relative branch. So, branch relative by two lines, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, ending up here. If vertical was less than 170, otherwise we would be near midnight. And while near midnight, we would store in the midnight happened register a true value if the current vertical value was less than vertical previous, because that would mean that the sun was now closer to noon than it had been before. So now we knew that midnight had happened. Now with this in mind, we could say when midnight has happened, then we want to be on the lookout for when the daylight sensor would show that it was receiving sunlight. And as soon as this would happen, we would reset the midnight happened value and thus would no longer remember these angles. So let's prepare those angles, I thought. Let's. Morning vertical, morning horizontal. These two values I wanted to set. Now, I would want to make sure that only when there was light falling on the daylight sensor, I would actually execute the normal operations of the solar panels. Otherwise, I would skip ahead. I hoped that no shadow would interfere with this nice logic. Otherwise, I would have to introduce some kind of temporal smoothing, making sure that if the daylight sensor had fired in the last 20 seconds or so, then it would be assumed to be still true. But that also would not be a large burden. But I did not want to have to tackle too many things at once. So, load whether the sensor is active. If the sensor's activate value was less than 1, then I would jump to currently no sunlight. Should this be a jump, though, I wondered? Or should this be a subroutine? The data flow was as such. During the day, this would be run, and the check for midnight would be run, which, while there's sunlight, actually does not make sense. Therefore, it would be okay to deal with it like this. During the day, there would just be the simple main loop. But once there was no sunlight anymore, I would have to think differently. I would have to do the midnight check, and I would have to set the angles of the... I would have to remember the last values that I had actually seen here. Would I? No, the approach would have to be rather different. Because of all the rotation and grouping regarding the solar panel types, I would rather keep this code here running, but the way it would obtain its value would have to be different. It would either obtain live values, or it would just use the morning vertical or morning horizontal values. That would be the right approach. But what about the remembrance of the previous? This would interfere. I would have to seclude this part. I would have to remove that part. First check midnight. Or rather, first check obtain the vertical value. First the vertical history, then the midnight check. Here then I was adding to a value. I opted to reserve some more registers to make sure. I was not sure if I was overcomplicating things. I just wanted to make sure that it worked reliably, implying also that I should not think wrongly. Solar vertical, solar horizontal. And so here, I would now work with those values.
Now that I would have my instant values, I would then use them. So the first step for the vertical was take solar vertical, change the angle and write it to the solar panel. And then for the horizontal, the same. This should work, I thought. Hypothetically, the code was still 100% functional, and there was only one way to find out. It was ticking like clockwork. Another check. Midnight happened would be the main key to know whether I should remember those coordinates. Then there would be the vertical and vertical previous for the history, so I could determine whether the sun was moving towards daylight. The morning vertical and morning horizontal values would serve to turn the solar panels towards that coordinate once there was no more sunlight. And solar vertical and solar horizontal were basically the instant values that I would either fuel from the daylight sensor or from morning vertical and morning horizontal, depending on decision making that I would still have to implement. And then I would initialize midnight happened with a 0 and vertical previous with a value that was really not relevant. And then there was the main loop. In the main loop, I would remember the current vertical position in vertical previous. And I realized that vertical would have to be initialized with 180, not vertical previous, else this would not make sense. Yes, another verification run of one's source code is always productive, if only to enforce the understanding that one had done it right. And then I would load from the daylight sensor the vertical angle into the value vertical. Then I was checking for midnight. By checking was the vertical value less than 170, I would not do the midnight check. Otherwise, I was close to midnight. If close to midnight, I would write into the midnight happened register the truth value 1 if vertical was less than vertical previous. So the sun was coming away from 180, 179, 178. The new value was less than. Therefore, the sun was coming up. Ultimately, then I was saying move into solar vertical, the vertical, and in solar horizontal, directly the value from the sensor. But this was exactly that which would not happen if there was currently no sunlight. So I was loading the activate value, which I hoped would mean that there was sunlight, from the daylight sensor into R0. If the value was less than 1, I could have used a different check, but I did not care. If this was less than 1, and that was incorrect. If this was greater than 0. If R0 was greater than 0, we had sunlight, and therefore we wanted the immediate value of the daylight sensor as the solar execution values. But otherwise, what we wanted was those other values. This was already clear, but more work would have to be done in that scenario. When there was no sunlight, the values that we'd want to write were certainly morning vertical and morning horizontal, but those had yet to be obtained, and that was the challenge. Actually, I just found an even better approach. Before doing the sunlight check, I would obtain the immediate values.
and then I would override them, if need be. This would allow me to skip this overwriting if there was not yet valid information. Though what would constitute valid information, I did not decide to put a flag in that. For now, I would just run it one day without success then. Okay, so the question was, had the midnight... The moment we have sunlight, we need to find out... No, wait, what was happening? The moment the activate value was greater than 0, we had sunlight. If we did not have sunlight, then I would override the solar vertical and solar horizontal with my remembered ones. But once we had sunlight, I would have to check whether midnight had happened, and then I would remember that those immediate coordinates. This also didn't work. I would overwrite it with itself. I was not sure. No, I still had the other ones. No, I did not. Yes, I did. Damn it. I was at an impasse. A mixture of trying to be efficient, compressing the code, and getting the right flow done. And all of this led to a maze unfathomable. So, let's write down the logic first in the wrong way. I thought, at the moment we would have sunlight, I want to store those values. If midnight happened was less than 1, then I would just skip the sunlight logic. Else, I would make sure that it was less than 1, and then I would work with this trigger value, and would say this was the conundrum. Were these values polluted or were they pure? If we have sunlight, then this would be okay. Actually, this should work. I did not yet have those morning coordinates. That's why the solar panels were now doing something wicked.
Power low.
I chose to initialize midnight happened with 1, because it would make sense as soon as the sun comes up right now to remember those coordinates. So once the sun would be up, they would turn into the wind, and then when the next day comes, during the night they would already turn where they're supposed to. That was my hope. Now, where was I before? Is it time for the greenhouse already? The greenhouse would have to be relatively extensive, and I would have to choose the right blueprint. Right, I wanted to make a Harvie. Where would I find that? Electronics printer.
Interesting. This did not exist. This though did. I wondered if our administration staff was aware of this problem, and so I took a screenshot. I would need some frames. $40 would be fine, so I would just let the machine run. Solder? I did not have too much of that stuff. Oh, and now I remembered, since my station radiator was still screaming its heat at the station, it was due time to open up this room a bit to have more space. Funny, I thought that I had prepared this for so long. I'd forgotten it, and now it was suddenly like a present falling from the sky into my lap. I wondered if this would be a meaningful strategy for future happiness, to prepare things without going through with them, to suddenly encounter their completeness. Steel sheets, not too many. I had 23 boxes, and would now create, hypothetically, way too many steel sheets. Time to take a look at the Harvie. I would have to place this above a hydroponics tray. I did not have one currently. Oh. No more power. I was drawing too much power. Well, the solar array had not yet... Oh. What was happening here? Oh, I just hadn't... The station was definitely underpowered. I had to sacrifice yet more coal. Had I not printed any cables, where were the heavy cables? Had I used up the heavy cables exactly and precisely, the probability for that was very, very low. They were probably lying around in some location. Always a good sight to see a station battery with some charge. I knew this room was safe from falling into the abyss. The sun would return. Very soon, actually. Where was it? High up in the sky already, because 90 degrees is the horizon. Is dawn and dusk. How far would I still have to go? Had I dropped my heavy cables?
I realized that the stack in a chip, which is a permanent memory, would be much more useful for the morning angles, because every time I would change the source code, I would also reset those angles. Not the wisest thing to do. Then again, I could also store a value in the chip that says whether
Waste tank caution.
that value had been derived already, and if not, then if I were to turn the chip on and there was sunlight, it would just sample those very values. Actually, I had already done this by setting midnight has occurred to 1. How long until the sun would come, I wondered. Not the best moment to go over here, but I had to get rid of my wastes. Basically, I had to take a Sith Lord. Aha, the sun was coming. I wanted to see. Were the solar panels turning? Yes, they were. The question was, had a value been derived? This, I thought, would be the angle. That would have to be set automatically once the sun was down. This is what it would look like when I stared at the entrance. Except with all the sunlight. The solar array was outputting 2,600 watts. Was this going towards the station or not? I actually had measures in place to find out. Could I access these from inside? Yes, I could. 4,000 watts were coming in, presumably not all of which coming from the wind turbines. Now, the Harvie. Could it be placed like this? Would I need a room very tall, or would this do? I was not sure. Well, I opted to make a hall that will only be 1 story high, and if that would not be sufficient, I would just extend it. How large would the hall be? Well, Dean Hall large, I guess. No, I didn't have the amount of materials. Right here. Would it be a long corridor? With plants here and plants there, I was not sure. Maybe the form that I had chosen was not optimal. I decided to make a prototype implementation before expanding this further. This would just be open. I would not put the airlock right here. But maybe here. Right in front of this room. Or rather here. This box then would lend itself to some storage maybe. And then here the facilities would begin. Indeed, just a prototype implementation, very small.
sun was setting. This door had been installed in a stupid way. Oh, the batteries were charged somewhat. Well, of course, I had tossed in some coal. Probably it did most of the work. Still not very high in power. Grid sunlight, true. This probably meant activated. I should really have made use of the debugging value. I was hoping that the administrators would eventually bestow us with the ability to have screens with custom printout and such. Oh, what was happening now? Something bizarre. I guess whether the grid had sunlight was turning on and off. Like I said earlier, maybe I'd have to smooth this out. Where were they turning now? Okay. I love it when a plan comes to fruition. Worked right away. They were prepared now for the sun to come up in the morning. I was delighted. As soon as the sun would come up, they would catch the light. Only thing unclear about this was this. Also, I would have to find, oh. Oh, interesting. I forgot that not just the stack, but also the register values are remembered between program sessions. This means that the morning values would be remembered. The only thing unclean here still was that the daylight sensor's weather irradiated value was
hydration critical.
Had to be smoothed out over time so that the solar panels would not move their heads when they shouldn't. But first I chose to fix this stupid door situation. I was proud of my little solar experiment. I had never done such a thing. Yes. Less irritation. More station. Maybe I should take a shower. Or maybe I should suck some more of the precious gas into the precious pipe. Oh. Wrong machine. $18 megapascals to drink from. 235 degrees Celsius. I didn't remember what the previous temperature had been. Now it was of course descending, since the gas being put in was the one from the furnace, which had already bled most of its heat into the environment. Increasing my interior suit temperature did not slow down the descent of air being used. I did not understand. I was sure that when I was out there mining and such, the amount of gas being used was much lower.
But the only thing different out there was the outdoor temperature. Well, how would that be related? I did not understand. "22 megapascals. Why, I thought, is this not increasing?" Is the device on or is the device not on? The device is on, I thought. Huh. Well, I was thankful for the storm for giving me the electricity, but this would of course falsify my nice numbers that I was trying to accumulate. 22 megapascals. On this side, 14 megapascals. Was that the reason that nothing more was happening here? Could I leave this unattended? What was the volume? 50 liters? 1,000 liters. This would certainly lead to problems. Why was this filling so very slowly? $219 liters of clean water. I would come back later. 219.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Ah, now it was increasing and even fast. What was the reason for this? I would really like to understand. Why was the furnace this random in its behavior? It just did not make sense to me at all. 32 megapascals. Enough.
Jetpack critical.
The gas was still rather hot, therefore filling the canister very much would not be a problem. It would rather cool down than heat up. Case in point,
Jetpack critical.
173, 172. 173. 171. And 19.6 instead of 19.7. It would rather cool down than heat up. So, what was my water doing? 219 liters we had observed earlier. Still 219. Apparently this process was excruciatingly slow. Maybe I was doing it wrong. There was indeed liquid in this pipe. And liquid can be moved better not with a pressurized valve, but with an evaporation valve? No, a condensation valve. Yeah, that's the one. I would need a valve, condensation valve. Did I have a valve lying around here? No. And I should really cover up the floor somewhat. I mean, developing this technology had settled in its form for now. So maybe it was time to do that. Here too. This was after all supposed to be my living room. Oh, this didn't sound good. At all. Too late. Now that water that had been in there had burst into the room. There was still enough experimentation left in the liquid pipe, 7 liters indeed. So that was not a problem. But this water now was lost to the environment. And therefore to the tank. An evaporation valve. No, a condensation valve. Oh. The door felt so much more open. Easier to traverse, yes. Ten phenoxyetone, 1 silver, 1 cobalt, and another pill was made. I chose to carry this one over to my living quarters, where I already had one. Since I had already made tests with my oven and my environment here, it should be safe to bake some more potatoes, even though the atmosphere was kind of combustible. The temperature was only rising very, very mildly, so what we were seeing there were merely sparks.
I had forgotten the valve. Everything was happening as intended. So, to reiterate, the idea was, of course, once there would be no more sunlight, to set these things to the morning value. So in case the electricity would crap out, like a fellow engineer had taught me, it would be a good idea to point these toward the sun, because then you wouldn't have to wait for the evening for there to be some sun hitting these, then giving you the electricity to turn their heads. Overnight, this would be descending to zero again, and so you would get nothing out of your solar array. Turning them towards the sun in the evening already would mean that when the sun came up and the battery was empty, it would no longer be empty. How much electricity was coming in right now? Now that the battery was full and was therefore not sucking basically any electricity, 4,500 watts. Were we net positive though? I could not derive. And that was something I would definitely have to implement. What could be an interesting way to depict whether or how full the batteries were? A way that I could see from outside, from any direction, other than having lights into towards any direction. Condensation valve. Oh. No. No. This would be too high. Hand drill. Had it rotated? Liquid pipe connection. Aha, stress was increasing. Now, what if I would open this one? Stress was decreasing significantly. Did I after all not need the Pressurized valve at all? Well, turning both on would certainly maximize throughput. One was drawing from the condensing water, and one was using the gas, which would then condense here. No condensing water? Yes, there's condensing water. So the polluted water would now slowly be decimated to nothing, was my understanding. 290 liters. Yes, the greenhouse. So, a room, and there would have to be an airlock. The airlock would be not here, not there, but over there. It should be a fast airlock. I would need the faster wind turbines once more. I would move the fast vents. I would move into this and out of this often. So, yeah. This reminded me I had this filtration unit shenanigan going on here. I wanted to make sure that I get an alert if any of these was low, like here for example. And so I chose to do this now. I would have to do it at some point. This was that point. I could certainly find ways to save some electricity. For example, this pump could turn off automatically when there was no more pressure or no tank in there. I chose to prepare such a move. After all, a volume pump takes 200 watts. Motherfucker. This should be my first move. After all, electricity was a major concern. So, I had already determined that thing with the filters. But I would have to move, I would have to go with R2. R2 would be set to 0. Once I had this value here, then I would say I would set into R2 the value that is the minimum of R2 and R0. Therefore, I could now combine multiple such filtration queries into one and then make the global check which would let the speaker speak. I wish there was more space for a source code. I knew this was an edge scenario, so we could be glad to have these possibilities at our disposal in the first place. So, had I replicated it all, loading from this on the oxygen filtration system, filter slot 0, filter slot 1 into R0 into R1, or from the CO2 or nitrogen filtration unit, slot 0, slot 1 into R0 or R1, add to R0 the sum of R0 and R1, yes. Divide that by 200, yes. And then move into register R2, which we have to check here, the minimum of whatever is in there already, which I initialized with the 0, and this new value. And, well, that was not wise. The initialization should be 1, of course. Initialized with 1. Now here I would get 0.4 maybe, and so it would result in 0.4. Else it would have resulted in 0, a permanent alert. Here the same for the O2 station, here the same for the CO2 and nitrogen station. Evaluation of that. This should work. Shouldn't it work?
Malfunction
Oh yes.
detected. Malfunction 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 detected.
So little space.
Malfunction detected.
I needed more room here,
Detected.
but I had none.
Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction.
Well, then my so-called living quarters would have to make do. For what? Well, another pipe bender. Yet my gold was low again, but no wonder. I'd printed like a madman. Why had I not yet put up the deep miner? Where would it be? Here between these two? Overfeeding the centrifuge for sure, for one deep miner can keep 2.5 of these centrifuges busy. Could I reasonably expand this to have more centrifuges, I wondered? I didn't see a way. So I left this rest for now.
Waste tank caution.
Again. A slow printing process for sure. Hey, why was this not blinking?
Oxygen critical. Hydration critical.
Forbidden potato.
Waste tank critical.
And some iron would also be needed, else this would all be futile. Did I have some iron here? No? I would take a little more.
Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected.
Me touching that and it being empty seemed to have coincided, thus leading to a short circuit in my mind. Or I was talking gibberish, or am. I am talking gibberish. This would possibly be most productive regarding space use. Yes, very good. This was airlock exclusive. This was coming in from the outside, fueling this. And this was the same network if I wasn't...
detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected.
Power low.
Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected.
But okay, I would use it from here.
Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected.
It was just one little mistake. These would probably not descend equally, and I was just going for the overall amount here. I did not care for now. This had to be solved. 200 watts? By God, whatever that is. First order of business, let's see if I can control this pump. I could. Uh-oh. What happened? Why? Why did this pipe explode? That was the waste pipe. Now there was indeed polluted water in the air, which was of course soon removing itself. Why had this happened? This didn't make sense at all. Anyway, my 219 liters had become 220. What a success. So this was not quite the approach to use, it appeared. But still, why had this happened? It didn't make any sense. The temperature was fine. And no more material was coming in. It did not make sense. I had no clue what had just happened. It was just unphysical. Structure, gas, tank, storage. Structure, gas, tank, storage. So, would this work also? I was not sure. Did it have logic values? Yes, it had. Pressure. For whatever reason, that pressure was not the one of the attached pipe, which I disagreed with, but it was the pressure already revealed down here, where I would be able to read out the pressure of the logic slot. So I was loading the pressure from the storage tank, holder, and if the pressure was greater than 0, that would result in a logic value of 1. And then I would set the pump respectively to that value. This should save me some power. $200 watts. I should really turn the computers off. So even though there was a canister in there... Okay, and now what? So in other words, I had just saved 400 watts here and here together. Okay, good approach. 60 kilopascals. I remembered it had been 50 at some point, so the pressure was increasing, but only to a degree negligible, to say the least.
Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected. Malfunction detected.
Alright, another problem solved. A pressure regulator. Interesting. I wanted to take this one with me. What in the fuck had happened to the waste pipe? I mean, there was no more pressure coming in. Instead, freezing? It has no contact with the outer world. Freezing? How could it have frozen? Was that possibly some shenanigans with me removing all the gases? So, of course... Oh, phase change. Of course. I had just learned something I had never understood before. Of course, not phase change, but something very interesting. Now listen up, folks. Fellow Zrilians. See, when I was using this purge valve, it would remove all gas that would inevitably be in that liquid pipe. There's always gas in there, as there's no pressure. There has to be pressure in there. It's very simple. If the pressure is high, then a liquid is unlikely to evaporate. But it will eventually, depending on heat. But if the pressure is low, it is more likely to evaporate. And if there's no pressure, it will definitely evaporate. This is the logic. So there's always gas in there. And so using the purge valve to get rid of all that gas and thus all the liquid in there seemed like a reasonable approach. Except the throughput was abysmal. We did 1 liter in a long time. Anyway, what I had just learned was I could use this coolant mechanism, because whenever a liquid becomes gaseous, or when it turns from solid to liquid probably also, when that phase change occurs, thermal energy is lost. And vice versa. So, by using the purge valve on a liquid pipe, I could cool down the liquid pipe further and further. Interesting. I had never considered this. I just wondered how strong the coolant was when it comes to the environment. But I had already seen there was a room at 25 degrees. The pipe was frozen to death anyway. Greenhouse time. This one then? I would make all 9 of them. I had to think of my 2 comrades who had died. A bad thought. Otherwise, I would be able to take so much delight. The crash landing survived. The cold survived. The hunger survived. The lack of resources survived. And was beginning to enter an age of convenience.
first I would have to put up some walls. Indeed. And an airlock. I had 1 extra powered vent, 3 I would have to make, and this smelled like I would have to smelt something again. Oh. Of course, even though it's electronics, it is also atmospherics. Oh, I had enough resources. I could not fathom. How many walls did I have? Exactly too few, which is 0. Oh. How many would I need? Two doors would also be required. 3 is 6, then 2 more is 8. 1 more, then 6 for the ceiling, 2 for the corridor. I decided for 30, which is overkill, but running back and forth the whole time is annoying. All the plants were thriving, so it seemed that my slight adjustment that I had made to the daylight timing that I told you about on day 7 of my report, that this had brought fruits. The potatoes had been fine the whole time, but the fern not, so now I was at 110 degrees. With the daylight sensor on the ground, 110 degrees or less would be when the light is on. How are my solars doing? And now. Aha, okay, I would have to smooth that out, enough said. Perfection. I was short on silicon. If at some point I would have to remake my facility, but this was not that time. Insufficient. This might be enough. And now for glass sheets.
I would have to blow through my entire stack. No way around it. Windows, beautiful as they are expensive. Maybe this would be sufficient. Oh, and doors. Yes, doors. And cables. Had I really no cables left? More copper would be required. And silicon for mega tiles.
Power critical.
My filters were low. I wanted to tackle this immediately. Breathing, as we Zrilians know, is essential for survival. Oh. Let the engineering commence. Why was my tank increasing so radically in pressure?
Waste tank critical.
Because it was on fire. That's why. Spontaneous combustion. Favorite Zrilian pastime.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, what had happened? Right. No, actually no. Why was this happening? Yes, I understood. Yes, my waste type pipe had blown, so it was open to the atmosphere, and then, by extension, the rest of the system. But good thing I had found a quick solution for that, which would get rid of any and all gases undesired quickly. How did we have achieved 1 megapascal of that? 1 megapascal. If I wouldn't have caught this in time, my entire water tank would have blown. Phase change. Really something to keep an eye out for. If I would leave this on, then I would have the same problem again. My water would get lost, which is bad, and the temperature would descend. Actually, I wanted to see this now. 25.6 degrees Celsius. Let's waste a little bit of water, I thought. Will we see some phase change effect? Though it was a large volume of water, I didn't think that I would see a change. Half of the work was done. Once it would have reached 6 megapascals, I would have lost all the water to the atmosphere. But then this would eventually have been swapped into my liquid tank, and so it wouldn't be lost. It would just have required a lot of engineering to recover. Oh, it was slowing down. Damn, this would take very long. I decided to stop this for now and continue later. A pipe meter. Funny. Or would I use composite doors? And why did I not yet give these ones a name? Too bad there was no way to label the opposite sides of a door, I wondered, and took a screenshot to bring this up with administration. What doors would I choose here? I would really like to read the label greenhouse. On the other hand, I would also like to see what's in here, but there was ample opportunity to do so due to all the windows that I had up. Thus, I chose the wrong tool to use composite doors. The roof was still missing. With interest, I observed my waste tank and my breathing tank, and realized I had fucking fucked up. Huh. Well, which way to go? Move the doors back to where I had planted them to be? Or rather... No. It would just be an even smaller experiment. My breathing tank seemed to go down with the same speed that I had observed in the station. But my waste tank was not going up with the same speed, and so I assumed that possibly my waste tank had more or less constantly been on fire. Could I actually place the composite doors in this way? I wanted to know. Only one way to make that happen. Once again, I wondered if administration would care to finally add some hotkeys for the tools. It would be such a change. The glass door would fit here, well, then the composite door would certainly fit there. It would. That would be an interesting airlock. I opted to do this because it would be interesting, which is enough of a reason. Still working. A good choice. Time for the roof. It was not a greenhouse, it was a green box. It would become a house eventually. Oh. I wondered if lowering the station temperature... Was the waste tank exposed to the outdoors? Why would the waste tank decide to combust in here, but not out there? It couldn't be the temperature within the suit, because that was the same. This house was airtight. This one was not. I was not sure how exactly to proceed. Just breaking open the wall, there would be nothing inside that would suffer the cold, and the air would soon be replaced, though I would expose myself to hazardous oxygen. I did not want to create the perfect fuel for an explosion, so I chose to first evacuate this part of the station entirely. If I had the glass to do so, fuck me sideways. Plastic sheets, electronic parts. I would need 4 electronic parts and lots of plastic sheets. I could use a large powered vent for the purposes, but this seemed like overkill. I would have been curious though how fast this would be. Okay, time for experimentation. Where would the gas go? To the outdoors? I could basically do this while being inside of that room, and that room was not yet sealed up even, not that it would have mattered. It would need passive vent, insulated or not, I didn't care, so the insulated version was alright. Then I would open it to the indoors, yeah. And my draft system would do the rest automatically. There would be no temperature to contend with, but certainly pressure. Wait, was this the right approach? Too late. "75 kilopascals, roughly." Or 79? Okay, almost 80. Interesting that it was almost 80. This was showing me that the draft produced by both of these vents was a bit too powerful. I chose to reduce the pressure differential of the intended draft.
Here it was, 75. 200 watts off. What did I use the daylight sensor for again? Was it used at all? It wasn't used yet. Why had I put it in here? I did not remember. So many things had happened. For some reason, the pressure was now descending more quickly, or at least so it felt. "220 liters of water still, nothing had been lost." And very soon though, that was changed, 25.5 Celsius. Only 120 kilopascals to go, before the miracle of the purge valve would have cleansed my water supply entirely, and maybe then we would enjoy phase change cooling. Probably not. The numbers were too coarse, 1/10 of its degrees of Celsius, not sufficient. No water in the air right now. Soon to change. It was changing. Temperature still the same. Temperature still the same. 2 liters of water lost to the air. Or to the bottles also, of course. Maybe it was only half a liter lost to the air. And it wasn't really lost, of course. How much water did we have in here? None? Ow. Of course. It would be pumped out to the planet. No, it wouldn't be. No, why was there no water here? This water, where was it going? Into this pipe, which went into the filtration unit. Here would only be volatiles. And here would be whatever the result would be. I could even see it flash. No, I could not. Where was the water going? Had it been so little that it basically vanished? That must be the explanation. Not a satisfying explanation, but that had to be it. Alright then. Let's do the thing I thought and said and did. What would be the best placement? Oh, and what would be the power supply? I would just use the power from this thing here. The greenhouse, would it need another supply? I did not know. Another transformer, another section? Well, this was a space station. I should take care and yes, should approach things just like that. Therefore, a makeshift solution was required in this instant, and I had forgotten the electronic parts, I realized. Oh, of course. Good enough for now. Well, no electronics parts. No building. Maybe I should make another electronics printer in the greenhouse for this purpose. Oh, electricity was looking good. I mean, 200 to 400 watts less, plus the daily dose of solar power. That did change things slightly. By the way, okay, this one was off. Electronic parts, 4, I believe. Yes. My last gold. I wanted to take a look at the cabling. A transformer, yes. I had no idea yet how big the greenhouse would become. But surely, to keep things clean and separate would not be a wrong idea. Will you function again? 99 liters of water were waiting here for me to be drunk. This was the power supply. Well, too early. What's going on? I had no understanding of what just had just transpired. How fast would this be? Particularly, how fast would it be to pressurize this part, I wondered. Very slow though, because this thing would take from the atmosphere very quickly, set outward. And would take from this passive vent very quickly. But the passive vent would take from the atmosphere very slowly, and so what could the super vent do in this scenario? Anyway, we had 47 kilopascals, and I wondered how long that would last. 30, 20, 10, 4, motherfucking shit. It had already been done. The entire section had been evacuated, like nothing. The large power vent. Behold. I prefer to remove the thing before I would accidentally turn it on and lose all my atmosphere.
Now there was some atmosphere in here with 160 degrees. I wondered if my station would be able to cope. Of course it would. I had made it. "25 degrees. The pressure was low, but it was already being balanced out by my system. Of course, this would suck a few volatiles away, but that was okay. Oh, and then I realized that this section would have to be CO2. But still, I could employ the same measures or similar ones. After all, there would have to be atmosphere control here anyway. I could use the same methods that I would use for that. I was a bit shaken in my boots to see that I had an extra sheet of glass, but everything was alright. My helmet was open, the temperature was great, I could breathe in these new square meters that I had conquered from the moon, while staring at the bottom of my current reality. Which was staring at its bottom, to be fair. Which was probably yearning for its bottom. I mean, where the black hole is at the center of the galaxy, which is not even the gravimetric center, it's just what people usually think. It's not the reason that there's a center, it's rather the reason that there's the black hole. So, where would the vents be? I would have a clear view on this from this side, so that seemed nice. Okay, the decision had been rendered. Like this. No clue how that had happened. Oh, motherfucker. How could I have one sheet too little? Too few. Too few, too late. Would I need the pipes? Possibly. When do you not need pipes? Could I put up the cables from here, I wondered? No, there was no way to reach this. Can't touch it. Oh, interesting configuration, I thought. Truthfully. Maybe this could actually help me survive in other situations by saving cable and saving space, if this is indeed what had just transpired. I wasn't sure, I had not done the math. 1, 2, 3, 4 spots free. One spot free. 2. Here we have 2 spots free, and over here we have 4. Was I really thinking correctly in this regard? Maybe I had just discovered an airlock that would help me survive ridiculously better in emergency situations, for example when crash landing on a planet. Which would require me, of course, to use at least one door that would not take extra space. The glass doors took extra space, but one of these 2 could have been a glass door. That would have worked. How to proceed? This would be a new section. There should be a locker right when I come in. And the transformer, it would be here. The power, where would it come from? I was not entirely sure. Here we have the convenient heavy cable from primary. Where would I put the transformer? I decided to first continue the construction of the airlock. For that left much fewer freedoms and would thus be more deciding as to where the power supply should be best. First, a power supply, which would once more require gold. There was certainly enough iron in this machine. To get to it, though, I would have to get all of it.
Hydration critical.
And that was so unnecessary. I still had iron in other machines. To demonstrate the unnecessity of it. Solder. Do I have solder somewhere, I wonder? Yes. To demonstrate this, I would now fetch some of the iron. Lots of it, in fact. And I just made 2. I mean, they're not really wasted, but still. Now I would like to have 2... What? Large batteries. And it would actually happen. Where would the air go? Not sure yet. I smelled the need of a pipe cowl, so I made one. Had I not just put the iron in? Right. No, I had not.
Waste tank caution. Waste tank critical.
Of course.
Hunger caution.
The greenhouse would certainly have to become a bit larger than what I had just built, because the pressure differential caused by my simple airlocks, which did not use a proper source for gas, would often lead to an incredible change of pressure. That was alright, but the pipe was not insulated. Before I would forget this, I decided to get insulation right away. Maybe it was also time to decorate a bit. And so I decided to fetch some decorations. One insulation. That's not the amount of insulation I wanted to have, but maybe it would do. I wasn't sure. Some steel sheets then? Oh, no more room in my inventory. Damn. Had I just given away my disc? I always had a disc on me, and there it was. I could not carry it. I had too much stuff with me. Damn. Was there no trick that I could use? I could not think of one, other than to swap out. Things. So. How many steel sheets? Well, I would need more. 13 more. And I wanted to spray paint them. So they would have to be spray paint. Finally. This would be not wise, but back here, I was rather sure that things had settled. Oh my god. Not that again. Administration, what are you doing? I never want to place the second one first. Why does it always default to the second one instead of the first? The first being the one that I want. This didn't make sense at all and must be misbehavior, which some people refer to as bugs. This had been brought up with administration before. Well, they had many things on their hand, so... They're technically understaffed. Still, annoying it was. What a completely different feeling. Particularly here, this ridiculous chaos. What would that feel like? Well, definitely different. I would have to do some spray painting here. Had there not other pipes like this that were not insulated somewhere in the station? Unclear. Hadn't yet come up. Okay, this vent was ready for action. The other one would pump straight to the outside and would thus not have to be insulated. Could I do this from here? I could. No need to go further. This would be sufficient. Or was the pipe too small? Why would I pump to the outside? I was separating two atmospheres here. This was a mistake. A bad mistake. And yes, I would need more insulation. The other vent was still there, I assumed? Yes, it was. If I was nimble enough, maybe I could do. Anyway, I would have to go inside, and more insulation would be required. So the area power controller would not be on the ceiling or on the wall. It could be on this wall, for example. I had never had this thing on the wall. Or it could be on the floor. The floor still had some space left, and so I would opt for that. But first I would have to cable up these devices.
Malfunction detected.
Aha.
Malfunction detected. Malfunction. Malfunction detected.
Insulation. Bit more decoration, not much. Oh no!
Pressure critical.
Wrong!
Oxygen critical.
No, insulation would definitely be over here. But this water tank was still so ridiculous in a way I could not fathom. Ah, no silicon. I had no silicon. Damn. I chose to make 10, and then I also wanted to make some more steel sheets. Insulation. Okay, let's go outside again. I thought, what would be the shortest route? More airlocks would certainly not be a mistake. Oh, I would have to spray paint these. But I did not want to do this now. So I chose a different approach. Now for installation and cabling. Okay, but how would I power these ultimately? Well, since I had put my doors at an angle, it would not be tricky to get the cable down. Or could the cable go alongside this door? Oh, that was also possible, right next to... Yes, of course. Could it also go inwards? It could. I was not aware of that at all. So it would come in there through the wall and connect to that. Okay. This was not possible. Come on. Here we go. Had to be possible to delete that little cable here, right? Oh, I deleted the wrong one. I got the feeling that this was not actually possible. Could it be piped like this? Okay. Insulated pipe was blocking this. Damn, the pipe was in the way. Would I really have to go this other direction? And thus waste this precious indoor? I mean, it didn't...
Hydration critical.
It didn't really matter, but I wanted to explore these new options to learn for better survival.
Power low.
So that was not possible. I had some insulation with me, some pipes. I could pipe around it, which I thought was apparently the only way. And so I did so. Just for fun, I checked, are there volatiles in the pipes? Yes, there are. I opted to drive them away in the correct direction. Okay, time to power this somehow. With an APC. One, two, three slots empty, not used. Interesting. Could this be piped through the wall even? Interesting. But there was no way to make this happen more efficiently, and so it would not matter. I would definitely need more heavy cables. Where would I put the console? Just for fun, I thought to put it also on the floor to maximize estate otherwise. A full free wall could mean, for example, an extra door. An airlock with 3 doors, a possibility. Only thing missing was the gas sensor. And the configuration, of course. Well, and this part of the station would have to be sucked empty. Interestingly, I had already everything in place. I could just close the door manually, flip this thing on, it would suck the room dry. Yeah. Everything was already in place. Except for the energy supply. And I realized I'd almost done it right. Almost. Was this correct? Hopefully, probably, maybe. I would definitely need some more lamps in here. Alright, time to get cables. And what else do I need? The sensor. Cables and sensor, and of course I would have to eat. Why had I not opened my helmet? That section was the same as this one. $215 liters. 5 liters of water had already been removed by myself. I would have to fetch more water eventually. I hoped that a large greenhouse would allow me to produce water. First, heavy cables. My gold supplies were once again at 0. Oh, almost. There's some gold here, I thought. But could I use it? Of course. How many would I need? I did not want to overproduce for the scarcity of gold.
Waste tank caution.
Not again, I thought.
Waste tank critical.
The waste tank disagreed.
Still not clean? What was the problem, I wondered? Polluted water? Oh. How had the polluted water gotten in here? Had it traveled here in my spacesuit and I had opened it? What was happening? This entire assembly was now useless. Huh. Damn.
Temperature low. Temperature critical.
What was the reason? Oh.
Temperature low.
Oops. So there was power here. This power cable went into the power plant, so that was not the cable to use. Power balance looked good. And this one came out of the power plant. I could pipe this through the room. Yeah, this looked ideal. One, two, three, four, five. Four cables might do it, I thought, boldly. This airlock too could benefit from some decoration. The main entrance. I mean, what would the neighbors think? Oh, 4, not 2. Soon more energy would come in. My power balance was looking really good. I hadn't burnt coal in a while. And now I realized that the last battery was still empty. It was still empty. It was empty again because it was morning. And now it would be filled. Should I take one of these? No. What would I do about this assembly? I could not clean the water, but I was mainly wondering how the polluted water had gotten in here. The only way it could have gotten in here was through the air. But there had always been this airlock. Or had the airlock power died and thus the state machine they hadn't completed or whatever?
how did the polluted water get in here? How would I get CO2 into this place now? I had no good idea other than to employ a smart canister. It sounded like the smart idea. No. A smart canister with 20 megapascals of CO2. A smart canister containing what volume? 64 liters. Let's do the math, I thought. 8,000 per box divided by 64 would be a factor of 125 exactly. So if we took 20 megapascals and divided that by 125, then this would give us a pressure of 160 kilopascals per world box. Here we had 5 world boxes to fill, so I divided that by 5 again. This gave us 32. I would not be able to fill the smart canister to 20 megapascals, that would be too risky. So 2 runs would give me 50 plus kilopascals of CO2. And so I chose to use that approach. This would save me from having to transport to build too many pipes before I could start my little experiment here. Good thing, I thought, that now I'd know when the canister was truly empty. The pump would be truly off. So how would I do this? Here we had only nitrogen and CO2 under a pressure of 1 megapascal, which was too low for my purposes. I would have to add some utilities, pipe utilities, and I thought maybe a pressure regulator would be the right approach. Yeah, probably. I wonder if a favorites feature could make sense, or would be counterproductive to the whole experience. Pressure, what would that be? Yeah, a pressure, I still had a pressure regulator. Not need to make one, but I would have to bring some pipes. I could not see what I was doing, and so I had to remove some things from the ground once more. First thing to install would be the pressure regulator. But where? Maybe here. Ideal. This looked ideal. Right. Power would be required. These installations were a bit conservative, requiring power and all that. 25 degrees roughly, CO2 mostly, a little bit of nitrogen, the perfect mixture for the greenhouse. The pressure regulator would make sure that nothing bad would happen. Or so I thought, and I was also right about this thought. The cable question had been solved, so decoration could be placed. Did I have power now? Good question. How to find out? There was no power. Why was there no power? I had done something wrong. Where was the mistake exactly? It must be the power supply of the power supply. But how could this be? The cable was reaching to the source of all electricity. I was sure the cable was not too long, and then I suddenly realized this. A stupid little blunder, as they are so typical. Problem solved. Well, time to separate the atmospheres, I thought. Maybe first a test of the system? Okay, it was time. Absolute vacuum. Nothing remained. Except me and the disk. Locked door. I deemed this to be the interior, particularly since volatiles certainly seemed like a dangerous atmosphere, so they should be deemed the exterior. This one was pumping in that direction, and this one was pumping in this direction, so I had chosen the right one. This one, which was pumping in this direction, the internal one was still unlocked. Okay. Oh, I had forgotten the gas sensor. Ah, damn it. Damn it. Alright.
Well, and while I was at it, how about some atmosphere in there? Okay, this was taking a while. Understandable, since the input pressure was very low. After all, this was only a pressure regulator, not actually a pump. But it was working, and I had the time. For I would have to think of the water supply. There would have to be water, so I would have to have a liquid bottle holder, some liquid pipes, and, well, grow lights, of course. I'd almost forgotten about those. But first, the sensor. Hit sensor, please. Then grow lights. 2.
Hydration critical.
A water bottle holder.
Waste tank caution.
No liquid pipes remaining. I had put all of these into the other locker. Not enough grow light, not enough electron for a second grow light. Appalling. It was about as extensively disgusting as the entire Holocaust times 2 multiplied by 0.1 to the power of 10,000. I mean 0.1 to the power of 10,000. So, yeah, accuse me of bad math. I will accuse you back. So, I had the water bottle holder. Now, what was missing was a canister that actually had some water, which I realized would be a bit tricky, for the water here was polluted. And polluted water, certainly not a good thing for plants. Could I clean this up? Polluted water could only be cleaned by pumping it all out through a water filtration, a water purifier. A water purifier would require charcoal. Charcoal would be made from biomass. And biomatter should be the result of this. Because I had shredded some potatoes. But anyway, this was not my immediate concern. I would try to get clean water from my clean water supply.
Waste tank critical.
How coincidental. How are we doing? 15 megapascals. I wonder, should I just leave this up here? Why not? I mean, not exactly here then, but in principle. So I would have to make another one.
Just wondered what this would look like from above. Not at all, as it turned out. Exactly good. First connect, then dunk. Pure water and nothing but pure water. If only no polluted water would get in there, because that was a nasty thing to remove. 3 liters. Good for a start. Would this increase? It would not increase. Why not? Why did the canister not fill further? I had no problem with this, but I wondered. 200 liters of water in here. Maybe it was a matter of pressure. 13.9 kilopascals. 13.9 kilopascals. Yes, maybe that was the reason. I was curious. Oh. Reagent mix. Nothing was remaining. I had just wasted all the potatoes. I was wondering though, what would happen to this reagent mix that I had just gotten out of there if I would centrifuge this. I would do this particular special batch for that, and I would have to get another water utility. Associations. Oh, I still have these. 5 hours. 3 hours. 4 pieces of potatoes. Ideal. Iron biomass. Why was the air not burning, I wondered. Not enough fuel. And the sun would come out. So, this was all solved. Had I picked up the sensor, yes I had. Where would that go? There was still actually room, so I could leave the entire wall open. This could be a third door. I mean, the airlock logic wouldn't work out, obviously. I would have to replace this thing here with an IC-10. and program it myself. But the IC-10 has 2 cable connectors. Was this even possible? One at the top, one at the bottom? Maybe there was a different cabling possibility. If this cable, for example, would have come from here, something, I mean, it seemed possible. A three-door airlock in a one-box room. An achievement surely to be strived for. Probably not entirely new, but to me it was new, and that was good enough. Now, atmosphere, please. For the last time, I would behold in these chambers the presence of volatiles. I was never allowed to open my helmet here. There was no purification yet. Powered vents. Large powered vents. Made for emptying out entire hangars. Or filling them. $500 watts. This seemed appropriate. $50 watts saved by not leaving that on. And now. Oh, I had forgotten.
Power low.
Well, I did the math. Of course, this device itself was still a container with 64 liters, and it was still open, it was not evacuated. Now it was closed, but still. And so now we had nice atmosphere in here. I realized that overheating would also become a problem at some point. I would have to deal with that in time. This time probably not with a counterflow heat exchanger. A different solution would just be more interesting. More of this precious stuff, please, I said. And did. 1 megapascal. I decided that I wanted to remove some of the gases therein. Pressure was decreasing. I should spray paint stuff here. Color code it.
So, what would be the next steps of the greenhouse? Certainly to set up some of these trays, but I would set up a one tray only and then a Harvie. I would have to deal with a logic problem, which was quite a difficult problem to solve, to my experience. Not just that, but also the logistics. For a Harvie could plant things, but it could also remove what was planted from the ground. This would then go somewhere or have to come from somewhere, and I had no experience with this, so this would be quite the endeavor to solve. How was my station power doing? Rather full, I assumed. Yep. 12,000 watts. Coming in from this side, and during the storm, I wondered. Almost nothing coming in from here. Was it the storm or was it the low sun? I assumed it was the storm. I would still have to smooth that out. What would be the next step? One grow light.
Waste tank caution.
Not enough grow lights. I see 10. Electrum. I had no Electrum extra. Not good. I would have to make some. Electrum, though, would take gold. I had gold. Not much, though. Would this really be the way to make some Electrum now? Just for this? It seemed a bit extreme. Really? No Electrum? Oh, there was still gold here. 18 grams. Grams plus 29 grams, 47 grams. I mean, I could mix it any which way I wanted. Just, I don't know, I was kind of drifting in my decision making.
Waste tank critical.
So 11 grams were remaining, but otherwise I could make a nice 100th stack of Electrum, which would take silver also. That, though, I did have.
Waste tank caution. Waste tank critical.
The entire wall free. Nothing on the wall, even though 2 walls are completely taken by the large powered vents. Not bad. I would only have to cover up the floor. It was fugly. I chose to decorate a bit while I was at it. Quite some pollutant introduced, but my draft would eventually take care of it. 28 degrees? How had this happened? Where was this heat coming from? 27 degrees. 25 degrees. Well, some balancing. Warm over here, cold over there. What would be the next step? Making electrum. I wanted that chip. And would I put another computer over here, which would eat 200 watts? There was not much space here. But experimentation with the Harvie would require quite some coding, so I chose to make yet another computer. And, of course, the electrum. It had to happen, and so it would. Electrum would also allow me to make another grow light. Because 2 should be in there, I thought. $600 steel, almost 800 copper, almost
Hydration critical.
500 silver. Very good, very good. And an efficient way to stack all this. Thinking about this, steel or copper, 50. This would be 10 slots.
And this would be another 16 slots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. The entire upper half plus this slot would be taken by this little bit. Incredible. Now, let's make some electron. Oh. Damn it. Why could I not take things from my inventory directly into that slot? It was annoying, but okay, I had to live with this. Oh. "11 megapascals, way too high. I had misestimated the situation."
Jetpack critical.
Oh, I had misestimated the situation further. Which direction would be most prudent? None seemed to be ideal, but the situation still seemed resolvable.
Cognition critical. Health critical. Suit critical.
You might think
Temperature critical.
that this is what
Temperature
happened,
low.
but tomorrow I will tell you about what really happened. See you later.